First of all, before I call this meeting to order, I would like to hand over to Claire for some housekeeping announcements, because I heard this morning, Hakuna Matata means no problem. So we do not want any problem today, and therefore we are going to listen to some housekeeping. Thanks.
Morning, ladies, and welcome. First of all, could I ask you please to switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent so that we don't have any disturbance during the meeting. Then I think you've all found the ladies' room. It's across the lobby and in the corner. Lunch will be served after this session. There is a sales table, combined sales table for ACWW and EAWL publications. So please do have a look if there's anything that you might like to purchase. And our executive secretary, Christine, is in her office and she will handle all the sales. So please, if you would like to buy something from the sales table, please be welcome. Karibuni, as they say in Kenya. And finally, when we come to the discussion parts of the sessions, I would like to ask you please to state your names very clearly, because for the ease of the person taking the minutes, i.e. moi. If you would please make sure that you speak up and say your name very clearly so that I can put it in the minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Good morning. It is my privilege to call to order this ACWW Area Conference of East, West and Central Africa in Nairobi, Kenya. ACWW recognizes the indigenous communities upon whose traditional lands we meet, and we are grateful to come together here today to share a moment in the rich history of this land. This conference is a hybrid event, therefore it will be conducted in person as well as digital. This is indeed a historic moment for ACWW, as it is the first time ever for an area conference to be conducted this way. This conference is attended by members in person, as well as members of this area who will join us by Zoom. And also, this conference is live streamed. So ACWW members all over the world are joining us today, and it makes it really a very wonderful event for us to have this conference here in Nairobi. On display, as you can see on the window there, are all the flags. Now those flags are of the different countries of this area. And I would really like to thank Francis and the assistants who put it up yesterday and for us to see today. So being here with the flags here, but in Kenya, I would like to invite you now so that we can raise and we can sing the national anthem of Kenya, and as it is translated in English, O God of all creation. And the anthem is going to be led by, the singing is going to be led by Claire Jetwa.
Blessed is our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders.
And this is now followed by what we like to call the anthem of ACWW, which is the Song of Peace. And you will also find the words in your program. So therefore, let us now sing together.
Nations, a song of peace for lands afar and nigh. This is my love, the country where my heart is. This is my hope, my dream, my shine. But of the hearts in our lands are beating, with hopes and dreams the same as mine. My country's skies are bluer than the ocean, and sunlight beams on clover deep and fine. But other lands have sunlight too and clover, and skies are sometimes blue as mine. Oh, hear my song, Lamb God of all the nations, a song of peace for their land and for mine.
This ACWW conference is hosted by the East Africa Women's League, and it is my pleasure to hand over now to the chairman of the Hostess Committee, Mr. Edward, for the official opening. And actually the welcome. And after you've welcomed us, then I will take care of the official opening. Actually, our chairman was going to welcome everyone. Oh, sorry, that is my mistake. So I'm really glad that you are with us this morning. And if you could please let us, if we welcome.
Good morning, everybody. We are delighted to host the East, West and Central Africa Area Conference of the ACWW here at the home of the East African Women's League in the heart of our beautiful city, Nairobi. It is a great honour and pleasure for us as founder members of the ACWW to be chosen to host this conference. On behalf of our members, I welcome you all and sincerely trust that we will be able to forge closer links and learn from each other. I also hope you enjoy your stay here in Kenya with us. Karibu.
Yes, well, thank you very, very much for your warm welcome to this conference and to your beautiful country and its friendly and generous people. Well, circumstances beyond her control prevent the area president, Irene Chinjay, to attend this conference in person. So, thanks to modern technology applied by our skillful members of staff, Mrs. Chinje is now joining us virtually as she will extend a word of welcome. And we can now pay our attention to the screen.
Hello. Hello. Can't get. Hello.
We can hear your voice.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, with the projector, please bear with us a moment.
We're just having a moment.
We're expecting to play your video, Irene, bear with me.
Yeah. So it will happen soon.
Can I go on? Welcome to the Area Conference of East, West, and Central Africa for the ACWW. Another year for us to come together and get the East, West, and Central Africa Area Conference, a great organization. Look forward to our journey for the last 4 years. It's not been an easy journey since we last met in Kampala, Uganda. Our challenges have been enormous, but we can together get through this if we stand as one, walk our talk, and get our voices heard. It's very important for each of us to take part at this ACWW table, to be a part and to echo our thoughts and our challenges. I'll borrow from Carl Jevin to add to our thoughts these words. At the table of the world, some have plenty, some have none. At the table of God, all are plentifully fed. At the table of the Lord, some have honor, some have scorn. At the table of our God, all are welcomed and acclaimed. Blow among us, Spirit of God, fill us with courage and care, hurricane and breath, take us on our journey of love. With this love, I welcome our luminous World President, Magdi, our altruistic executive staff, Nick and Jenny. They've been a great shoulder for the area. I lack words to express your support. To our friends who have joined us, we appreciate you all with all the sacrifices you have made. To all members who've made it, I say thank you and encourage you to keep the steam. My heart is most thankful to the East African Women's League, to Claire, who has selflessly been able to bring us this far, despite all the challenges, accepted to host us in the midst of everything. Claire, I'm proud of you, and just one word: let's keep the vision and the ball rolling. I wish everyone fruitful deliberations, and let's follow keenly our presentations and be all as vocal as we can so that we can understand, let out our fears, and help our great organization understand us better. My absence is unavoidably, and I have to plead with you that you've pardoned me, and at least we can run without me being there. But I am with you despite it all. No one can tell your story. You own it, and you can tell it best. Women of the East, West, and Central Africa, come out with your voices. Tell your stories clear and loud. Make your voices heard, because with that, ACWW can take you to where you want to go. We have our challenges, we have our diversities, we have our cultural differences, but they all make us who we want to be. When you stay silent, you give others the right and power to decide for you. Come and take your decisions. Join ACWW, join the area conference, make your voices heard. Thank you so much, and thank everybody for being present.
As I would like to thank Irene Chinjay on behalf of everybody in this assembly and from everyone in the virtual space. I thank you for your words of welcome and encouragement. We miss your presence, we really do, but we respect the decision of your medical team, and it is now my privilege to officially open this conference, and I thank you for the opportunity. So, Honorable Area President Irene Chinjay, Honorable President of the State Society, and members of East Africa Women's League, Honorable members of the affiliated societies of the East, West, and Central Africa area, ACWW members around the world who are joining us on various digital platforms, and distinguished guests. This is the area conference of East, West, and Central Africa of ACWW, which represents affiliated societies and individual members from East, West, and Central Africa. Thank you for the friendly words of welcome I received this morning from members whom I've met, and from Irene, and from the State Society, everybody. I feel so welcome here, and it is indeed a privilege for me to conduct this conference. I refer to this conference as being an extraordinary event. As I've mentioned before, you are in the process of making history within ACWW. You know, these are exceptional times and we need exceptional action. And by conducting this hybrid conference, Madam President, you and your members are acting in an exceptional way. Reflecting on the theme of this conference, our diversity is our strength. I am reminded of the selfless and courageous women of this area. Women who worked hard and still are, focusing their passion, drive, and value time into pursuing a better place for their fellow countrymen and women and children to live. As affiliated societies of ACWW, being a worldwide organization to connect and to support women in rural areas and elsewhere, this area's members are able to identify and to seize opportunities to reach remarkable achievements. The lifeblood of an organization is its membership. From the smallest branches to the vast umbrella organizations and individuals around the world, and indeed in this area, ACWW and East, West and Central Africa area rely on generous and passionate supporters to allow us to invest in empowering women and helping people. The impact of the worldwide pandemic has been extensively discussed and opinions published widely and controlling our lives since March 2020. So let's therefore not dwell on these unfortunate and unprecedented circumstances, but instead let us be grateful for the privilege to be joined here together in person and virtually to focus on the program of this conference and the work of ACWW. Much has changed, but the mission and the work of ACWW have not changed. And although the world is still, to some extent, in lockdown and working together to get over this impact of the pandemic, ACWW has never been in lockdown and has actually been moving forward. At this area conference, we will be able to discuss matters of importance and relevance. And we are also called together to learn from one another, to listen to the speakers, and to be empowered to spread our knowledge and experience for the betterment of the societies represented here. So the ACWW theme for this triennium, which is also the theme for this conference, Diversity is Our Strength, reminds us to embrace our diversity, enabling us to grow strong in various aspects of life, and resonates in the words of Roger Wilkins, a civil rights leader, when he said, "We have no hope of solving our problems without harnessing the diversity and the energy and the creativity of all people." Let us therefore be inspired whilst helping others to seek opportunities which will lead to even greater achievements. So, Madam Area President and members, as I am looking forward to hearing your discussions and learning from your insights, it is my privilege to now declare the ACWW Conference of the East, West and Central Africa area as officially opened. And I thank you for your attention. So before we adjourn for lunch, I wish to introduce our guest speaker, Ms. Fatu Shang from FOA, the Food and Agricultural Organization, who will share her views on FAO and how it can be applied to the work of ACWW in general, and this part of the African continent in particular. So I would like to introduce you Tupatu Shane, working as an international gender and youth inclusion specialist for the EU-funded UN Joint Straight PNG program. Ms. Patu is a strong advocate for women and youth inclusion in the agri-food value chain. With a degree in microbiology from the University of Ahmadu Bello, Nigeria, and various training diplomas and certificates in the dairy sector development and in dairy technology, she has over 25 years of working experience in 6 different countries, supporting equal gender participation in various capacities, including with FAO for 17 years before coming to Papua New Guinea in 2020. From Cameroon, Ms. Patu is coordinating the efforts under the program to ensure women and youth participation and benefit equally from this rural agriculture development program. Ms. Patu Shane is also an entrepreneur, having the Tadu Dairy Corporation processing venture in Cameroon, which is working with Fulani women to transform fresh milk into dairy products, such as yogurt and butter and cheese, while supporting these women's economic empowerment and the agency to celebrate their potential. So, Ms. Shane, we are looking forward to listening to you, and we will pay our attention to the screen again.
The former Vice President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, once said, and I quote, "The unfinished business of human history is the full emancipation and equality for women." A very good day to you, Sikunjema. I will begin by thanking the organizers of this conference for inviting me to such an important event as we continue in our quest for gender equality and equal opportunities for women. What an honor to be here in this virtual space among so many inspiring, beautiful, and dynamic women. To Irene Chinje and the leadership of ACWW that are the visionaries behind this conference, I say thank you. It is always important for us to take a pause, to stop, to reflect, and most importantly, to listen, to learn, and to grow. When I first received the invitation to talk at this majestic gathering, I must admit that I paused, because I knew that this moment in our continent is one of great importance. It's a moment of change and uncertainty too. I paused because I knew that I will be speaking to an audience of great women who have likely seen so much triumphs, but have equally experienced grief in the past years due to all sorts of issues in their lives, including the global pandemic, as well as economic hardship due to the world's unrest. It is increasingly clear that the key to economic growth and development for the world's poor lies in the ability to harness the potential of more than half of its underprivileged of the world's population, which is women. Let me begin by reminding us, and I know that we know that half the world is women. Today, more than ever before, the global economy needs precisely this 50% of its population to provide the light, to provide the nutrition that the world needs, to provide health to all, and to reduce poverty and give better nutrition, as well as to reduce the unrest that has hit the world and Africa where we are right now. The reasons are obvious. 2 years ago, into the global pandemic. The global pandemic, it's more than 2 years now. The recovery is still too vivid, and we can still feel it. We still face grave challenges to growth as the new normal sets in and as economic inequalities increase. These challenges warrant us to dig deep into our inner recesses and to come up with ingenious solutions. Yet, one of the solutions is looking at us right in our faces, and that is the unleashing of the economic potential of the human capital that women bring to the table. With that said, I would like to remind us great women and men of Africa and the world of some of the facts that are sometimes too obvious but often neglected. Fact: more than 1.3 billion people in the developing country, they live on $1.25 a day. This is called absolute poverty. That is 1 out of 5 people in the world who can't feed their families, who can't drink clean water, who can't go to school, who can't consult a doctor, and who can earn a living. Another fact: the United Nations defines absolute poverty as the inability to have choices and opportunities, and calls it the violation of human dignity. Another fact yet: the majority of people in absolute poverty are women. Yet another fact: when women do better, the country does better. And yet, I keep quoting the facts. Empowering women in developing countries is the key leverage point to lift everyone out of this cycle of poverty. The core components of the women's development space are health, education, political rights, economic development, stopping violence against women. Those are the core components of the women's development. These things are very important, and there are hundreds and thousands of NGOs like ACWW and many other NGOs that are present here today in the world that are working on these issues. But if a woman has suffered a lifetime of oppression, she can feel worthless. So she does not take advantage of these resources. She believes she can't, and she won't. A woman who believes she can't save money will do nothing to learn about how to save money. If she can't believe she can't believe in her health, she doesn't see any reason to get proper nutrition. If she can't value her own life, she does not seek medical attention. And that means, in spite of all the inspiring work that NGOs like ACWW and the rest of us are doing, they are not able to completely empower the woman. Now, the question is, what to do? According to the UN Development Program, in order to be empowered, a woman must have equal education, must have access to health, must have access to land and employment, and also the agency to use these rights, capabilities, resources, and opportunities to make strategic choices and decisions. What is agency now? Agency is the belief inside a woman that allows her to take effective action to improve her life. Agency, that is what allows a woman to believe she has control of her own destiny. Agency is a woman's belief that I am and I can. A woman who believes she can save money uses the resources to learn how to save the money. If she values her health, she will seek out nutrition or nutritious foods. If she values her life, she will get tested for diseases and take medications. A woman with agency can find her voice, she can live her dreams, and can become a leader in her community. She can transform the cycle of poverty, and she can change her country. Agency builds the self-advocacy, self-esteem, and the self-worth of a woman. In addition to training and the training that we do on skills development for women, we also need to look for transformative approaches to deliver this agency and give women the inner power to leverage the intrinsic values of their resources. Men should equally be brought into the picture. They should be sensitized to look at women rather as partners in development and see the value women already bring into the development space as an added advantage of being inclusive of women. This can trigger and has triggered behavioral changes, not only for women, but equally for men. And in conclusion, why should we empower women and give them and make them have agency? I have 3 arguments which I hope I have raised. It is a business case. Women have the population. 50% of the world is women. So when you include women, you involve 50% of the potential of the population. Women are humans and they have human rights. That is my second argument. Women can lead, or involving or empowering women can lead to reduction in poverty and improved nutrition. We know the arguments, 3 of them. So I urge every one of you, all the women and men of goodwill, to dare the difference and bet on women. I promise you this, you will not be disappointed. For when women shine like the sun, their radiance will be forever undimmed. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
It's always good to listen to a speaker. But when a speaker is well informed about a topic and delivers it with insight and passion, it captures an audience. And Lashane, you have done that. And I thank you on behalf of the attendees. Dear members and attendees in this conference, we have really worked very well together this morning. And on the program, you will see that we are actually ahead of time, which is always very, very good for a presenter to have time to work with. And I think you will agree with me, it will be a good idea for us to carry on with the program. And we will then break for lunch as scheduled on our program. So next on the program, we were going to do the questionnaire. Let me just discuss this with my colleagues here, and let's see what we can do in this time before we will then break for lunch. So thank you very much for bearing with us, and just one moment, and we will see how we are going to continue with the program. Nick, what is your suggestion? Okay, well, fine. We are ready to do the questionnaire now, and therefore I am handing over to Nick Newland, who will, and also to Jenny Sellers, who will help us in this part of our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Board President. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you here. Thank you for being so wonderfully prompt and efficient this morning. It's been a great start. Jenny and I have the honour of being here from Central Office in London. We were already visiting some projects in the area, and it made sense for us to be able to come and join you all. And there's some familiar faces from the 2018 area conference in Kampala, which I had the pleasure of attending as a volunteer. And so it's wonderful to see you again. We thought that as we go through the next few days, we will be discussing the various ways that ACWW works, a key part of which is advocacy. Our project's work is perhaps more famous, but really ensuring your voices are heard, not just locally, but regionally, nationally, internationally, is the way that we can all work together and actually become the global family that ACWW has always been. So joining up our members in Nairobi, in the whole of Kenya, in other countries in the region, we have guests from all over the area today, which is wonderful, both in person and online. Is really, really important, and we want to make sure that this area is heard just as strongly as any other area within ACWW. So Jenny has prepared a questionnaire. So for those of you online, when you were sent your Zoom connections this morning or last night, you were also sent a copy of the questionnaire. So please do take part. We'll probably turn the camera off for a little while because watching people fill in papers is not very interesting to watch on camera. But in the room, we'll hand out a questionnaire. So please, first of all, there's no need to identify yourselves. These are anonymous. We're not asking for all your personal details. What we're trying to understand is the reality of life for rural women in this area. So please go through the questions, answer them ideally, If there are some questions that you don't feel comfortable answering or that you don't want to answer, that's absolutely fine. Please just leave them. Please don't put your names on them unless you really want to. And you want to tell us something specific that you think, that you want us to contact you about or ask you about further, in which case, please feel free. But other than that, the idea is to try and get an idea of what real life is like for you and build a global picture, which we've been doing as an exercise over the last 4 years with our membership. Those of you who were in Kampala in 2018 will remember a similar process, but a much longer questionnaire. This one is only 2 pages, not 11, so it should be a lot easier and take a lot less time. So I think Jenny's going to hand those out or pass them around. So please maybe take 20 minutes. If you want to chat with your neighbours, great, but there are no right or wrong answers. This is about your life. We're not trying to pry into your life or be intrusive. As I say, if you don't want to answer any of the questions, please just leave them. You're not under any obligation to fill in the questionnaire. If you don't feel comfortable, that's absolutely fine too. If you have any questions, Jenny and I will be very happy to chat with you as we go through the questionnaire. And I suggest if we take, say, 20 minutes, I'll in just a second turn the camera off. So people at home, make a cup of tea, fill in your questionnaire, and then you can email those to Jenny as she sent the links to you already. And then we'll be ready to proceed. That's okay.
That is fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is what we're going to do now. And like we mentioned, for the members in the virtual space, this is giving you some time. And now we are continuing with the questionnaire for you to please complete it. So now it's goodbye for a little while, and then we'll be connected again. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Thank you for your kind attention and welcome to our members on in the virtual space. And for us who are still here, thank you for completing the questionnaire. As we will be leaving for lunch and you leave this area, could just please hand those forms into Jenny over here. But before we adjourn now, I would actually like to again give our area president, Irene Chinjay, the opportunity to share a few more words with us, since she is online. And Irene, you are most welcome if you would like to just share a few more words with us. And then after that, we will adjourn for lunch. So let's see where she is. I'm looking on the screen and
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. I just feel so proud of you all. I'm so elated. I'm happy to see the turnout. I'm happy to see how you people are so dedicated to doing what you've come for. And I'll just say, thank you so much. I am really proud. I hope we just follow this consistently and make our area too part of ACWW vibrant and active. We've been silent, and I think this silence has proven itself today that our voices are coming, and these voices must be heard. Magdi, thank you for being there for me. Nick, Jenny, the East African Women's League. I can't express my heartfelt gratitude to you all. I'm so happy. Let's just keep the steam going. Women, let's make our voices heard. Women, we stand together. Women, we can make a difference. Patu's presentation was fantastic. It told us what we women can do, and we can turn the world around. All the problems we have, all the challenges, the wars, it is all our children. Let's come together, make a difference, and change the world. Thank you all for being present, and I wish you all the best deliberations. Thank you.
thank you very much, Irene. Thanks for your kind words. And I would like to mention that I think we have all noticed you went to a lot of trouble to choose the background. And thank you for that. We do appreciate that as well. Then at this stage, I would very much like to invite you to lunch, and we will break now for lunch. And please be seated again at just 2 o'clock or just after 2, so that we will be ready for the next session. So now, in advance, thank you very much for lunch. We are going to have, it seems, Nick, are we okay? All right. We just need to make sure that we are organizing everything in the wrong order. So we will be ready, breaking for lunch now, and we are looking forward to having something nice to eat and for us to spend some more time together, connecting and networking and getting to know one another even better. Until later then, we will meet again in this room.
Ladies, I hope everybody has a lunch voucher.
Vamos allá. Muito compromisso. Yeah, disconnect.
I'm sacked.
I now call this first conference session to order, and we just like to thank at this stage the ladies who provided us with a very, very delicious lunch. And thank you very much for that. So for us now, as we are starting, I would like to welcome someone to the conference who has just joined us this afternoon. Please let me introduce to you Agnes. She is from Beats and Beats in the Masai Mara, and she has traveled all the way this morning to be here, and we welcome you to our conference. Feel welcome and please participate, and when we will break again, you will have time to meet some of all the other ladies who are at this conference now. But when we move on in this afternoon session, we would like to speak about ACWW, of course, because that is one of the reasons we are gathered together, is for you to receive information and to be, well, just anything you would like to ask later on and so on. So what I would like to do is to give you a background and an introduction to ACWW, and then I'm going to ask Nick Newland and Jenny Sellers from Central Office to join me later. But first of all, if I would like to introduce you to ACWW, I would like to say that rural women are the backbone of families, communities, and nations. But they suffer the most impacts of climate change and conflict. They go unheard in legislation and remain unprotected and unsupported. Associated Country Women of the World exists to change that. ACWW amplifies the voices of rural women so that the problems they face and the solutions they raise are heard and acknowledged by national and international policymakers, and legislators. Our work is rooted in the fundamental principles of human rights, and we work on behalf of those who experience intersecting injustices and inequality. ACWW stands against discrimination in all its forms and works towards gender equality, accessibility, global citizenship, solidarity with those facing discrimination, and sustainable development. ACWW's membership spans 82 countries, and since 1947, we have passed more than 180 policy resolutions by popular vote. The key concept behind each of these is the empowerment of rural women in all their diversity. This continues to be our driving priority, early statements from our founders. ACWW calls for cooperation among women's organizations to ensure action to secure meaningful, quality education for all young people. The advancement of education is a pathway to the relief of poverty and the relief of sickness and preservation of health. We will work with peers to redress racial inequalities and leverage our partnerships to ensure positive joint working, promoting, sharing, and learning from the best practice wherever possible to encourage greater accountability and advocate for meaningful change. ACWW commits to being an anti-racist organization and aims to equip all members to address racism within their own communities and collaborate to ensure that the voices of women of color and indigenous communities are heard. The Associated Countrywomen of the World was founded in 1929 to bring together rural women and their organizations all over the world, and in so doing, address the challenges they faced as a result of the isolation of their communities, discrimination against women, and their lack of access to political processes. So this is the background, but indeed, it is also the core values and the principles of ACWW, our beloved organization. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Nick Newland. You have seen him this morning, helping us around, but I would like to introduce you to him in a proper way, because Nick Newland is our Advocacy Director and the Chief Privacy Officer of ACWW. And now I would like him to continue to give us a historical background or some information that you will feel is important for this conference today.
Thank you very much, Madam Law President. Good afternoon again. Nice to see you. And I'm very pleased to say that we have a lot more people joining us online this afternoon. We have some joining us directly on Zoom, and we have others from around the world joining us via YouTube on our website. So you are being broadcast globally, which is wonderful. Terrifying. Thank you, Jenny. I apologize for the screen. It's a difficult compromise between having enough light that we can all see each other and being able to see the screen, but for those at home, it's very clear on their screens, I'm sure. So ACWW, lots of people know the letters, and we're often asked, well, what is ACWW and why and how and where did we get to where we are? So we thought it would be helpful to give a bit of an overview of the last 94 or 5 years and talk about where ACWW came from. So in 1927, there was a meeting in Geneva with the International Council of Women. And it's been described variously. Some people said it was very positive, but all of the women from rural communities came away saying, no one is listening to us. And so they decided to do something about it. So Lady Aberdeen, Madge Watt and Elsie Zimmerman, 3 ladies from different countries, came together and said, we need an organization just for rural women. Forget about the cities, forget about the people who are ignoring us. We need to be heard. So they came together, and out of their experience of the Women's Institutes in Canada, ACWW was eventually born. So the first meeting was held in London with 21 countries being represented by 46 delegates. And over 4 days, they did something very similar to what we're going to do over the next 3 days, which is talk, share their experiences, do questionnaires, try and find out what the reality of life was like for women in each of those countries. Look at education, health, economics, family, social life, and try and work out how to join links of friendship between members and member societies around the world. So if we can jump to our next one. So you can just about see on the screen here, and for those at home, it's very easy, a list of 100 women. And these were the first 100 members who were encouraged to give a donation of £1, whole English pound at the time. Now, interestingly about this list, there are some quite famous names now when we look back. Lady Dora Tartar, who the Tartar Steel family, who are still very significant in the world. Sadly, they no longer contribute to ACWW, otherwise we'd all be in a much better position. But also Henry Ford's wife, Mrs. Henry Ford, as she named herself on the list, was an early member. And really, our founding was not of Canadians or English or Americans. It was a global membership. As was said in the introduction, the East Africa Women's League was a founder member. Members in all parts of the world really were coming together for the first time. And the organization very quickly became involved with the League of Nations, which existed before the United Nations, and was recognized because you, women like you, nearly 100 years ago, were the experts on your own lives and could provide important information to global organizations like the League of Nations, like the United Nations later on. And ACWW became the conduit for that information to be transmitted. In 1933, we eventually ended up in Sweden for the second, what became known as the Triennial World Conference, so held every 3 years. And there we adopted a name, the Associated Countrywomen of the World, and our magazine, the Countrywoman magazine. So we have the next slide. So this picture shows Madge Watt, who was the founder, and the 4 names of ACWW, the Associated Countrywomen of the World, and then also in French, German, and Swedish, because we were in Stockholm at the time. And really, that making ACWW local has always been so important. These days, we work as a collective global organization, but your voices locally are what make that possible. And we can't do that without your participation. This photo that looks like a field of wheat is actually nearly 7,000 American farm women who gathered together on the White House lawn in 1936, invited there by Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the US president at the time, as we held our next World Conference in Washington, DC. And the president's wife supported ACWW and thought it was important that women could come together. So they held a huge reception on the White House lawn. Again, we haven't been invited back. I'm making a note of all of these things, that we're going to reapproach everyone one by one. We'll see if we can get some more invitations. But crucially, that World Conference not only established the position of world president and deputy world presidents, but also 10 vice presidents who represented the areas of ACWW. So for the first time, they were the equivalent of area presidents coming forwards and being recognized. It was also decided at that point that every member society should have a study day to study another country within the organization, try and share information and learn from each other. And we launched what was then known as Pennies for Friendship, which until earlier this year was a fairly major part of ACWW's funding strategy. asking members to donate a little extra on top of their membership fees. Interestingly, though, policy resolutions passed at that conference, including one on consumption of milk by rural families and use of natural resources in the home, were then sent to the League of Nations Nutrition Committee. And at that point, the Nutrition Committee invited ACWW to become a permanent member of the committee as the expert voice on rural women because of the contribution of its members. There was a minor issue shortly after this called the Second World War, which took a little while to deal with. But after that, in 1946, 1947, when the United Nations was formed, ACWW agreed that it should be right back in the international space where it had come from, and that we should cooperate with the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, the Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, now called UNESCO, and take advantage of the opportunity to join the Economic and Social Council in New York, and wherever possible, represent the voices of ACWW's members. So here you can see at UNESCO, ACWW reps from 7 countries taking reports and taking them back to their members to ensure that the members were hearing the two-way street. It's not just send information over, it's pull information back. What's happening elsewhere? How can we learn more? And next, sorry. And again, in Geneva in 1950, at the Human Rights Council, members of ACWW coming forwards and holding their governments to account by telling truth to power and really making a case for the reality of their lives. In 1948, the world president actually said that with the acceptance of consultative status at the United Nations, a new necessity was placed on ACWW to speak for our constituent societies internationally, to take positions on international issues which have import for national governments and national organizations, not only socially and economically, but politically as well. Today, we still use our status at the United Nations to ensure that we are not just bringing your voices forward whenever we have the opportunity, but also to try and influence negotiations, debates, policy text, to try and make sure that rural women are never being forgotten in international law. We started sending observers to the various UN offices, and it was agreed to establish 7 ACWW areas for the first time, really identifying, although we now have 9, our regional areas. And a really interesting comment that the same world president said when they met for the next conference: we who belong to ACWW do not all think alike. The strength of the organization comes in part from this. Honest differences help us more clearly see and plan more wisely. Out of our diversity can come our strength if we work together to get agreement and harmony on the things that we can. This is, after all, what we are seeking in the world today. Our challenge is to discover common interests, mutual advantages, and aspirations. And it was partly because of that that I was so excited in 2019 after our World Conference in Melbourne and Mr. Koch was elected world president, that we adopted our diversity is our strength as our triennial theme. Because for too long, our membership has existed in pockets around the world. And this training is an opportunity for us to really, especially with the challenges of COVID, come together and ensure that voices are being united. On screen, you can see Mrs. Aroti Dutt. Yes, there we are, sorry. Got my slides wrong. And she was the first world president from India, who was elected in the 1960s. And she said that ACWW creates an unseen bond of friendship among women of the world whose skin color, religion, social customs, and ways of life are very different, and devoted services of many have kept it alive. And we see today still our connections in this room are being brought together, and I find it really exciting myself. We, in the 1970s, started with projects and supporting grassroots, rural women-led funding opportunities to strengthen communities. And we started working very closely with the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO. And obviously we heard from Patu Chang earlier from the FAO. We started holding seminars in Trinidad and Tobago, in Canada and the US on Indigenous women, and organized by and for Indigenous women bringing their voices forwards. And then eventually a projects committee was actually set up to look at how our projects were administered and how that could be streamlined if it were run through central office and administered globally. In 1977, the 15th Triennial World Conference was held in Nairobi, Kenya. I know none of you were there. But from that World Conference came the campaign for the UN International Year of the Child, which ACWW was a leading organization part of, and which led to the International Day of the Girl Child, which is still celebrated every year now. And then, here we go, yep. So, to celebrate ACWW's 50th anniversary, the FAO actually created a silver medal and awarded it to ACWW with images of rural women from around the world, and presented this to our world president to thank the global organization for its work. I had a meeting with the head of the FAO in Kenya and this region on Friday, and I did ask if we could get another medal for our 100th anniversary in a couple of years' time, and she's promised to look into it, but I'm not expecting it to come through. But really, that relationship has had a pause, and we are coming back to it. The FAO is changing the way it works with community groups and the way it works with international civil society. We are changing the way we work to try and strengthen that. And one of the really positive messages that came out of the meeting last week is that she wants to collaborate with ACWW. She wants to hear the reality for our members in the region. And this is a really important step forward as we move towards that. If we can have the next one. This is just a silly one. It's a picture of a load of envelopes on the floor. And this was, and I apologize to some of you in the room who may never have seen a written letter because you're so wonderfully young. But in 1985, ACWW bought its first computer. You will be pleased to know there was a huge debate and a fight over whether that was a waste of money or not, and whether it was really necessary. But everyone eventually agreed that it was, and we eventually started switching to typed communication. When I started at ACWW in 2016, we still sent out thousands of pieces of mail every year. And I remember baskets, and I was, what is this? Oh, it's the newsletter update. Okay. So the advent of technology came late to ACWW, but it's why today is so exciting. As the first time we've ever held a hybrid area conference. We had to have some digital ones at the start of COVID, but this is truly a groundbreaking thing. And again, coming from this region is really, really very important. Here you can almost see a picture from the 4th World Conference on Women, which was held in Beijing in 1995. This was really important because the conference in Beijing generated the Beijing Declaration and Plan for Action. Last year, 2 years ago at the UN, we were supposed to be celebrating 25 years since Beijing and examining the progress. In all honesty, the progress was disappointingly bad, and in many cases, the situation for women globally, and indeed rural women, was worse than in 1995. And that process of holding governments to account is something that ACWW can do, but we really do need your participation. If you think that over the next few days I keep asking for your input and your participation and your voices, that's because it's my job. I'm the advocacy director. I need your input for us to be able to effectively communicate the reality of your lives. But from that World Conference, there were various organizations, including ACWW, who joined together and established that the 15th of October should be the International Day for Rural Women. And that has been celebrated now every year since. And in 2020, celebrating the 25th anniversary, members from every area crafted a 1 foot square piece of embroidery or art that was then brought together into a long banner celebrating one panel for each year on one element of each of the issues raised in the Beijing platform. And every single one of those issues remains undealt with for rural women. One of the things that's in your bags this morning and is available on our website for those of you online is a copy of CEDAW, little blue booklet. It's the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Every country in the world, except 7, has signed and ratified that convention. That means every country in the world, except those 7, guarantees women in that country those rights. Over the next few days, take a moment and just read through the booklet. It won't take very long. Have a look at the middle page, especially Article 14. Do you think that your rights are being guaranteed and met in your own countries, in your own communities? It's a question, and hopefully we'll discuss that more in a couple of days' time. But unless you are in one of those countries, those are your legally guaranteed rights. And if you're not having them met, then it's ACWW's job to challenge the process and ensure that they are being met. It's a slow journey, but it's one we're fully committed to. I'm going to fast forward 18, 19, 20 years. In 2020, ACWW was elected to the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee, meaning that we help represent 400 NGOs at UNESCO. And in 2021, we chaired the 12th International Forum of NGOs in Official Partnership. Next week, after a mere 4 days, we will be in Ottawa in Canada, ACWW chairing the 13th International Forum of NGOs in Official Partnership with UNESCO. This time focusing on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the International Decade of Oceans. The join is climate, it's education. Indigenous languages are being lost at a terrifying rate around the world, partly because of forced climate migration, partly because communities are disintegrating, partly because communities are aging. On the internet, there is something like 400 languages used with any regularity. As an example, there are more than 300 Indigenous languages just in Canada. I don't know how many Indigenous languages there are in Kenya. I don't know how many there are in Sierra Leone. But if you look at globally at the number of Indigenous languages that are disappearing because they are kept within community and those communities aren't being supported in keeping them alive, then it's a real issue for all of us, because we look at climate. Why is it relevant? Well, we've seen all over the world, we've seen a drought in the Mara, we've seen droughts across Africa, we've seen droughts in the UK this year. And if you think that if your only communication link is in your Indigenous language, and no one putting that information, no one sends the emergency communications from the government in your language, how do you get help? How do you actually survive what we have, committed ourselves to as a world, mainly because of, developed industrial nations? So we're really strongly committed to both the preservation of languages and of course oceans. And if anyone wants to chat to me about the event next week, you'd be very welcome to join online, and delighted to get some feedback. We're there. In 2019, Magda Kopp was elected as our world president. And this was the first time that a world president from Africa had been elected world president. The theme, as I said earlier, for the training was diversity is our strength. Almost immediately after the World Conference, within 6 months, COVID hit and the world closed down. One of the things that we really fought for during that period was not to let ACWW die or close or be shuttered and curtained until we could all come back together. And so we started having afternoon tea meetings online. we started working with members who were struggling with digital connectivity to try and help them and give them some capacity. We started doing surveys to chart the impact of COVID on rural communities, which were recognized by UNESCO as a global policy initiative that needed to be supported. And then in 2021, recognizing that our World Conference that was supposed to be held in May 2022 was going to have to be delayed, we held the first ever online special World Conference. And at that point, 83 voting member societies voted in favor of delaying the World Conference. I say that because there should have been about 120, which means that 40 or so member organizations weren't heard. Now, we know that one member society voted against delaying, and one accidentally voted against delaying because they contacted us afterwards to say, I'm really sorry, I clicked the wrong button, can you change it? And we said, no, we can't. You voted, it's democracy, you just did it wrong, but that's okay. But the critical thing is, even if those 40 societies had all voted in favor, that wasn't the concern. The concern was a third of the membership wasn't being heard. And that's really important. Whether they didn't get the communication, whether they didn't have connectivity, whether they didn't have the resources, whether they weren't sufficiently engaged, whatever the reason, those voices weren't heard. And that for us is a real challenge. And it's why we've worked with these area conferences to try and make sure that we can reach people as far and wide as possible. In the last year, the board of ACWW has taken some fairly major decisions and looked at some changes. And they also looked at the past. You know, any organization that is 94, 95 years old has a lot of history to look at and a lot of things to learn from itself. And I'm going to read out a few things, and I'm going to ask you to just think to yourselves about your own groups, your own communities, your own societies, and see if any of these feel familiar. Decreasing income over the last 30 years. A high turnover of individual members within societies and within groups. Shrinking membership, getting smaller. Limited ability to assess what impact you're having. Limited ability to do things because of low income and low investment. Limited scope for changing systems because of a resistance within the group. Misunderstandings about how things within the society work. Lack of connection with grassroots members. An overextension caused by too many priorities, too many problems, too many concerns. That feeling familiar to anyone in the room? Yeah? Okay. So we went back to basics. How do we re-energize ACWW based on its initial intentions and the original mission given by its membership? And so the board decided to work to empower women to take their places in decision-making in communities, to engage with UN processes that hold governments to account, especially when they fail rural women, to invest in projects with more investment in the community and focus on member societies rather than outside groups. Look at capacity building in core projects. Look at building capacity for our members who are carrying out projects. Work with strategic partners where possible to find people who are doing similar work or can strengthen us as we work in partnership. Focus on climate smart agriculture, rural women's health, and education and capacity building. Report project impacts to our members and potential supporters better. Give them a better idea of what's actually being achieved. Encourage ACWW coordinators from every single member society. Rather than having a few people try and speak for the whole membership, actually get every member society to put a coordinator forward and have them act as a global voice together for us. And to create the Rural Women in Action Fund and unite all our funding rather than having little bits here and there that mean we can't achieve big targets. So over the last 93, 94, 95 years, we've faced a lot of challenges, but more importantly, our membership has faced a lot of challenges. And I was so inspired this morning when Irene, both on her video and then when she came to us, you know, I think her message to all of you as members in the area was genuine. You know, I know Irene quite well, she speaks from the heart. And I'm so pleased that we are all here to be able to be together for a few days and to have discussions and to hear your opinions and your input. I know that's a lot of information about the last 90 so years, but I'm very happy to answer questions as we go through the week. I probably will hand back now, and thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, could I have one question to make this relevant now? I was trying to find the online stream because I wanted to let my branch members know that it was happening. I couldn't.
Okay, so if anyone wants to access the online stream, if you go, I will change the wording on the website when I get back to the hotel this evening.
Okay.
But if you go to the website and you click on the conferences and then area conferences, scroll down to East West Central Africa and click on the register button like you did last time. On that page at the bottom, there's a YouTube.
It's this stream, and I hit on that, and it just didn't seem to go in.
That may have been signal strength. I don't know, but we will rename register so that it says something like watch. Now you're all here. You don't need to register.
Thank you. I'll try that one.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Yes, we can take questions now. Yes, please, Megan.
Can I sit on my can I talk sitting?
Yes, anytime, Vanessa.
So what I must say is that I am very surprised myself because the ACWW was started in 1929. You can't hear?
No.
Okay. The ACWW was started in 1929. And along all those years, until this week, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it. And I would like to know what is the definition, according to the SEC, what is the definition of indigenous woman or a rural woman? Rural women, indigenous women. What do you mean by that? And do you have any means of really actually reaching them? Or is it just a matter of just talking and appearing in UN offices and appearing in whatever offices, and you have no actual group or even understanding of who is the indigenous woman? Indigenous woman, from me, who on the form which we filled, I was told whether I qualify to 50 million, and I just said no. What reason you give is a little bit, I'm educated. At least my parents at that time got us educated a bit. But today when I stand back and look, the real indigenous woman, back at home, nobody touches them. And if we have to touch them, we have to pass through the bodies, or any other organization, like she had just come for, I don't know what you call hers, is a stick and stick? Bits and bits organization. So, and that has to be formed by somebody who is not an indigenous woman, who is not a rural woman. She has to be knowledgeable to know what she's doing, to present those proposals, to present those things, and then they are known, and then they are. The indigenous woman down there, I don't think whether you have ever walked or even gone to really see who the indigenous is. It's just talking. Who is the indigenous woman? Who is the rural woman? You need to get a real definition of a rural woman and an indigenous woman. Yeah. Unless you get that one, what you are doing all these years has just been getting to know women who have been to school. Because like almost here, all of us here, in one way or another, been in school, we have been having that little privilege, and that's why we are here. That's why we can read all these things, we can understand them. But I've never had I'll be looking forward for Agnes's talk. Agnes, yeah, to hear whether she has really touched any indigenous woman and what she has really done. And it is just because she is enlightened and she's educated, a little bit she can be able to know where she can harness some things to reach there. But the really indigenous woman who have really mentioned quite a lot of indigenous. I've written here in my notebook, indigenous woman, the role of woman from talk, whether we really understand what that means. And we need to really go down there and find out what an indigenous woman really is. Someone growing with children, 3 of them there, with no food, and a man comes and asks for food, and there is no food, and he starts kicking them. The indigenous woman has not been reached, I'm sorry to say, but it would be nice for us to really know whether we can have other ways of really getting to know through the NGOs, through the different bodies, to know how to really incorporate them in what we are doing. Thank you so much. I am Milka Wambogo myself. I joined here with the East African Women League.
All right.
Yes.
You are at the right place. Thank you very much for your input. And you are actually touching buttons here, because ACWW is all about rural women. And we would like to speak to you about it right now, because that is exactly what Mr. Newland said, is we are the voice of rural women. We are there to listen to you. For you to come to this conference was exactly the right thing to do, because you said you've never heard of this before. That may be so, but after today, you will know that there is an organization who is actually going to lengths to give voice to the rural women. And I would actually like Nick to speak on this. For instance, we have participated in many forums where we have approached people from rural areas to participate on those online events where the world could listen to them. It is unfortunate that you have not heard of this before, but if you would go to our website or read our magazine, or even you will become aware. You say, have we walked there? Yes, we have. Nick and Jenny has walked in the Masai Mara this week. I come from the rural areas of South Africa, where I work with rural women all the time. I walk there. I meet the women who cannot feed their children. I try and make plans for them to be educated, to be informed. And so does all the members of ACWW and some board members who are from those areas. So, but we are fortunate because we come from rural areas where the ladies are, whom you are now talking about. But of course, we cannot do enough because the need is so big, but at least we are trying. But I would like, if you don't mind, Nick, to give us some more information on how does ACWW really connect with the women in rural areas.
Thank you, and thank you for what you said. I think the easy answer is that, you know, there is a definition of rural women, which is very unhelpful. It's anyone who lives in a community, any woman who lives in a community under 10,000 people. We know that that doesn't mean anything. The definition of an indigenous woman, you know, is anyone, and I do take issue with your definition of indigenous, because we know that across the world, from the communities that we do engage with and that we do speak with and that we do have communication with, that actually even women who have had very high levels of education, even women who work in their own governments, if they are from an indigenous community, get treated a lot worse than if they don't. What I would say is you're absolutely right in that the people who are in this room, The people who are probably the elected members, the people who are making representation at the international level have had education, have had an opportunity and have had benefit. There is no way that any organization can reach from anywhere in the world, absolutely everyone, and those who are really most in need. As I said in my thing, in my talk, if we say that information isn't available in an indigenous language, and that means that people can't have access to that information, and we don't speak that language ourselves, then of course we can't communicate with them, absolutely. But that is why we are so committed to working with our members, our individual members and our member societies all around the world, because they do live in those communities. They do have access to those communities. They do have connections with the women in those communities. And our job is, as an organization, as a member of staff, my job is not to go to the UN and give my opinion. My job is to bring together the input from women like you and the women that you represent as leaders and people in member societies. I think the most wonderful positive thing in the world for us to be able to go into every community in the world and bring forward the voice of every woman. No one will ever be able to do that. It is an impossibility. What we need is our members who live in those communities, who have access to those communities. Agnes, I'm afraid I am going to use you as an example because of the work you're doing at the moment. Agnes lives in the Mara. She's working with local women who don't have education, don't have access to all of the privileges, and she's doing phenomenal work to support them, to give them a stronger, safer, healthier, more protected life, and to bring information about them into organizations like ACWW so that we can represent them. In terms of my own personal experience, yes, I have met Indigenous women all over the world in their communities, some of which are perfectly lovely and perfectly safe, and some of them are quite scary and quite dangerous for the women there and for anyone else. We're not blind to that, but we are committed to making sure that those women are never ignored. And so I fully take what you said, and I'm very happy to spend some more time over tea and to talk more and to get your input. And that goes to everyone. That's a genuine invitation. We don't mind being criticized. We don't mind comments. We want to do better always. So we will always listen to you. We can disagree, but we have to hear you. And that's how we change things. So please don't ever be hesitant to speak to us. That's what we're here for. And I really appreciate you saying what you did. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, so indeed, please use the fact that you are part, I beg your pardon, of this organization where you belong to the East African Women's League, because that will give you a platform where you can raise your issues. And then it is for that society, when they bring their report to ACWW, for the board to know what's going on here. So that is why I might just add, ACWW is divided in 9 areas of the world. So in this area, with Ms. Irene Chinje being your area president, she's your link. And speaking to her and to the members of your group and the leaders of your society, those are the people who can bring your voice and your concerns to ACWW. So I'm so glad you are here today and for the rest of this conference, because you will find more answers to your questions, I'm sure. Well, moving on, we would like now to ask Jenny Sellers to share some information on the recent updates on projects. Now, Jenny Sellers is exactly the right person to do this, because she is the projects grants officer. She works in London in central office, and she is going to share some of the news, especially the recent update on the new approach we have in ACWW towards funding projects. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Thank you very much, Molly. I'm just waiting for feedback from Sydney in the office to make sure that what we can see is what we can see on our PowerPoint. Okay, great. I just have a brief update. As Nick mentioned, we are going through a strategy shift at the moment at ACWW. And as part of that, we are changing the way that we do project funding. Project funding has not changed considerably in the last 30, 40 years that it has been done at ACWW. And we wanted to make sure that the impact that we were making through project funding was greater and more sustainable. Over the last, since I've been at ACWW, which is for 3 years, we've been funding somewhere between 20 and 30 projects a year. Ultimately, this means that we are spreading ourselves too thin. The grants are smaller because we are funding more projects, which means that each organisation gets a smaller slice of the pie, if you will. We also had 6 funding areas, which meant that we couldn't focus our information gathering, our fundraising, our strategy on so many different areas. So we have cut down our focus areas that we fund. We primarily focus now on climate smart agriculture, and then rural women's health and education and community development. We have chosen to focus so much on climate smart agriculture because from the information that I was receiving through project applications, through the reports that I was receiving from projects, we have always funded a lot of agriculture projects, and there was a huge shift in the last couple of years to climate smart agriculture, taking into consideration indigenous seeds, drought resistant seeds, sustainable irrigation programs, more than a more general women in agriculture, agribusiness or small startup. Rural women's health has always been a focus for ACWW and will continue to be so. And education and community development is a bit of a merger between our previously funded education projects and our capacity building projects. Ultimately, we're still focusing on the same areas that we always have done through project funding, but we've kind of made it a bit easier and streamlined the process. Talking of process, we have changed the way that we fund or that we implement our projects or implement the funding for our projects. Whereas before, organisations would apply to ACWW for funding and we assess all those applications, and the fundraising, the projects committee, work with me and the project's chairman to decide if projects get funded. And then that funding goes to the project, we assess that project, we assess the report, and that's the end of it. We now are changing or shifting to a more supportive and collaborative approach to project funding. Organisations still will apply to us for funding, and that's the core project that you see at the top of the screen. The grant side still remains about the same. So for non-member organisations, it's £5,000, and for member organisations, you can apply for up to £10,000. But then, working with the applicant organisation, we figure out a way to add the capacity building modules onto our projects. So, and also working with external partner organisations to increase the expertise that we can bring to these projects and to our support for these projects. So capacity building modules might include safeguarding training, financial literacy, digital entrepreneurship, advocacy training. The capacity building modules are designed to increase the capacity, the ability of the organisations that we're funding, so that next time they apply for more funding or to other organisations, they're able to write better proposals, they're able to apply to bigger funders and work with other organisations in their area. Basically, we want to build up the organisations that we're working with, which is a more sustainable approach to project funding rather than just the distribution of grants. In terms of any information that anyone would like about project funding, if you are a organisation, a development organisation, or a charity, or a CSO, or anything, as we go, this is the first year, as we've said, of this new strategy. So we're currently we're calling it the pilot year. So we're currently not taking any new applications this year, but we will be in 2023. And we will be working, we're still designing the process, but we will be working much more closely with applicant organisations and helping to design the project or give feedback on the application as it comes in. So if you would like more information on that, you are very welcome to get in touch with me. I should put my email address on the slide, but come find me and I will give you my email address if you don't have it already. I'm very happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you for that information. And as you mentioned, you are welcome to speak to her during the breaks over the next few days, and for you to know more about the way we are approaching projects within ACWW. You can also find more information on our website, as well as the magazine, which you can also find online and on the website. So it is, please read about it or speak to us about it. It is, we welcome your questions. I think we have sit down for quite a while now. So I would like to announce a 10-minute break, just a comfort break, or just standing up if you feel like that, before we will then continue with the rest of the program for this afternoon. Thank you again for your kind attention and your participation in this session, and also for our viewers online, and thank you for being here. So we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will return and continue with our program. Thank you very much. for Nick to get the timing correct, and then we are going to start, and it's right now. So welcome back after the brief break, and we are now continuing our program. We have been listening to what you have to say, and we are very interested in that. And tomorrow we will have the opportunity to listen to the reports of the societies. But I'm sure you would like to know what I've been doing. And therefore, Irene Kinjay has asked me to give a report on my work over the past 10 months. And I'm glad to share that with you. So, Honorable Area President, this is Irene Kinjay, who is still online with us, and members of this area, and all the guests on Zoom, as well as whatever digital platform you are joining us. Thank you for this opportunity. So at the end of this year, and with a little over 6 months leading up to the Triennial World Conference, we will use all opportunities to engage with the work of ACWW and to proceed on the path we have entered when the board reviewed ACWW strategy earlier this year. So with the announcement of a few changes, and Nick and Jenny has mentioned that when they spoke to us a little earlier, it is almost as if ACWW is entering a new season and offering its membership new opportunities to participate and recover the value and the impact of our beloved organization. After many deliberations and well-researched studies regarding the decline and problems within ACWW, the Board of Trustees decided to shift the emphasis from problems to challenges. You know, it's no use focusing on problems without offering solutions. And therefore, the board implemented changes in accordance to the mandate we received in April 2019 to serve ACWW to the best of our abilities. So since February 2022, these changes have been clearly communicated through various channels to ACWW's disposal, and I'm thankful for the positive feedback from most of the membership. We did receive letters from a couple of members raising some concern, and opportunities were then created to accommodate these members, and we responded through various ways, such as online conversations. I made telephone calls to people. We offered online questions and answer sessions, everything with the magazine. We really did our best to communicate with the members and to listen to their concerns. And not to explain, but actually to give us the opportunity for what we are doing and why we are doing such sort of things. And so, as it is of great importance to be transparent about the new structure within ACWW, I am grateful for the effective communication strategy being rolled out since February 2022. So in the edition of the Country Women, it also covers all aspects of the board's decision to secure the future of ACWW, not compromising the Constitution in any way. So with the onset of the new year in January 2022, I've had the opportunity, because then the travel restrictions were lifted, and for the first time I was able to travel. And the first place I need to go was to Malaysia, because that is where the next World Conference is going to be. And I had to go there to do the on-site visit to make sure that everything will be in order for us when we have our conference there. So I met with the members of the Hostess Society, the members of the Women's Institutes of Pahang in Malaysia, and we spent time to really make sure that what we are planning to do in Malaysia will be possible for us to do. So in January this year, that was what I did. And everything went well, and meeting the Hostess Society and listening to their plans, I was really reassured that everything is going to be in place for the conference. And therewith, I would like to invite you all to come to the conference next year in May 2023 in Kuala Lumpur, when we will have our triannual World Conference. So please be reminded to visit the new ACWW website to familiarize yourself with the abundance of new information, including everything you need to know about the 2023 Triennial World Conference, including the registration and everything you need to know about this conference. So returning from Kuala Lumpur, I was home barely 1 week before I had to leave for England. So in February, I went to England because that was when we had the board meeting where this new strategy was discussed and very, very thoroughly discussed. Yes, we looked at it from many angles, and then we made these decisions to change the strategy. Nothing about the constitution, only the strategy. And that is what we did during our board meeting in February in London, in England. So in March, the meetings, while I was still in England, I was supposed to go to the United Nations meetings in New York. So in March, the meetings of the United Nations in New York of the Commission on the Status of Women had to be cancelled when, on the eve of our departure from England to America, I tested positive for COVID-19, as well as the rest of our delegation. So we were not able to leave the country. But with the skillful staff we have, Mr. Newland, whom I can share, I'm sure you don't mind, he also he also had COVID, while I was really very sick, and he was also sick, as well as Sydney Salter in the office. They continued and they did it online. They changed the program. They were able. I was too sick, so I couldn't participate. They just took over, and then we did have these meetings in America, even though we could not attend in person. So after 10, and I call it anxious days in London, while being ill, I was then able to return home, where I received medical treatment upon my return, and I recovered completely. I would like to add, with the loving care of my husband and my family. And I am so thankful to say, within a month, I was fit and I was healthy, and I could continue my work. In April, pardon me. In April, I was healthy enough and well rested to resume my duties, and in that month, 6 online meetings with members of the specified committees followed. In May, I continued hosting online sessions, which was specifically created for the membership to receive information, to ask questions, and discuss the new strategy. These virtual events will continue to take place, and I look forward to meeting many more members online and assuring everyone that the core values and the mission of ACWW have not changed at all, and we will continue to be rural women in action, while the prospect of ACWW's future is being secured by implementing a few essential adjustments. So then came July, and I returned to Malaysia to attend the area conference of Southeast Asia and the Far East. And this time I went to Sarawak, which is a province towards the northern side of Malaysia. It was an in-person event, and more than 200 members were in attendance. The conference program was very well constructed, and the area president conducted a very good conference with the theme, "Diversity is our strength." Upon my return, I devoted my time to more online events and taking care of ACWW business in general, until I left for the USA in September to attend 2 events in Kentucky and in Arkansas. Meeting and connecting with the USA membership proved to be very productive, as it was decided that from now on, a triennial USA area conference will be held as in the same format and the structure like other areas all over the world. And just to come back to the question earlier, when you said, are we there to go to legal places? Are we really meeting the members, on grassroots level? Yes, I was invited then to spend 6 days in Arkansas to meet people especially in the agricultural sector. And that gave me the opportunity to speak to our members and to see and to listen to them. So whenever I have the opportunity to come to areas and there is the time and I receive the invitation, then I can visit people to really engage with them. Right then, let me move on, because at that same time, while I was in the USA, it was the date for the Area Conference of Europe to take place. And unfortunately, I couldn't be at 2 places at the same time. So the board discussed this matter very urgently, and they decided that I would go to America, and the Deputy World President, Mrs. Alison Burnett, will attend the conference in Glasgow, in Scotland, and represent me as well as ACWW at that event. So 2 weeks ago, only 2 weeks ago, the board met online for its final meeting for this year. And when I will return home, God willing, on Saturday, I will just have enough time to repack my suitcases with warmer clothes, because then, within 4 days, I will have to represent ACWW at the UNESCO Forum in Canada, where the climate will be much different from here, I'm sure. So in November, towards the end of this month, we will have an online conference of India and Central Asia, which will take place, and then I will look forward to spending time with my husband and my family during December, so that we can have some time together before the new year starts. Because when the new year will commence, we will be very busy again, the board, because it will be just a few months later, and we will have our biannual World Conference, which I know is going to take a lot of preparation, although we are very far in our preparation. But there are always some things to take care of, and we will be ready for that, as well as all the other things I will have to do in the new year. So I would like to mention that I regard today and this conference as a highlight of this year's activities, as I find myself in the virtual as well as the personal company of members of this area, as well as members of other areas of the world. And I am very privileged to be here and to be participating in this very well-organized conference. And for that, I have to thank the area president who has organized this conference and the program. So I would like to mention to you, it is indeed my honor to serve ACWW as world president in an extended year of this term. I am enthusiastic as ever. I thoroughly enjoy my work, and I am delighted with the relationships that have been built and nurtured over the past 3 years. Internally, like here, when we are spending time with our members, but also externally, when I have opportunities to represent ACWW at other events. I see a multitude of possibilities for expanding the work we have done during this term, and for ACWW to have an even greater impact on our organization and the global membership at large. So please be reminded of my sincere care and passion for ACWW, and its membership. And may I then say today, in particular, for this area and the members of this area, whom I am delighted to be here in your company. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And when we will break later, or tomorrow, or the day thereafter, please speak to me. I have already had the privilege to meet wonderful members and to have very interesting conversations. So this is my time to be with you. So please reach out and let us continue to build our friendship with the ACWW. Thank you very much. I have noticed we have some new people entering our conference room, and I would very much like now to mention that we are going to listen to a representative from Clean Start Kenya. Am I right? But I am pleased to hand over to Mrs. Susie Edwards, the National Chairman of East African Women's League, who will introduce the guest speaker for this session, Teresa. Susie is going to introduce you. Thank you.
It is my very great pleasure to be able to introduce you to Teresa Njoroge, who is the CEO and founder of Clean Start. Sorry. I was going to do it by heart, but I forgot this. This is the most important. I will let Teresa tell her own story, as she will do it so much better than I can. But when I first met Teresa, I was terribly moved by her story. And how she's now used her own experiences to make a significant difference to the lives of women and children impacted by the Kenyan criminal justice system. I challenge you not to be moved and inspired by the positive impact that Teresa and her team at Clean Start are making. One thought, poverty, and this is what I remember from last time, poverty is not a crime. Yeah.
Very much. Please. You want to sit down, where do you like to have in the center of the floor? So you can, because we are online, as you mentioned. Okay, so I've got the screen. Thank you very much.
It's such a great honor. It's such a great privilege for me to be here once again with the EAWL community. As you've heard, my name is Teresa Njoroge, and I'm joined this afternoon by two of my colleagues, Sarah and Beatrice, who will be joining me in just a short bit. And I like how Susie has just introduced it, because when I presented here last time, indeed, I did say that poverty is not a crime. And indeed, we spend a lot of our time, days and afternoons in prison, in remand sections across the country. We spend a lot of time with the poor, the marginalized, those who are in the margins of society. That's where we spend a lot of our time, with women, girls, and their children who have been impacted by the criminal justice system due to poverty-related cases. And as we interact with them, we get to realize and to learn that, and according to a research that we have currently done, that clearly shows that 74% of those who are sent into our prisons, especially the women who are caregivers, go into these institutions while they're trying to fend for their families. And hence my statement that poverty is not a crime, because they were trying to fend for their families, and that's what got them into conflict with the law. For instance, a woman will be hawking, selling her wares along the street. She will be loitering, trying to get some work, and then she'll get into conflict with the council askari, and that's how she'll end up being imprisoned. She couldn't afford legal representation. It's not that she's a criminal, she was just trying to fend for herself. And because she doesn't have legal representation, she then ends behind bars. Now, we spend our days and our time empowering these women and letting them know that we could find decent and sustainable means of livelihood for them to then be able to fend for themselves and their children in a mannering way that they will not get into conflict with the law again. We also spend a lot of time with the policymakers, with the duty bearers, the police, the magistrates, the judges, to get into an understanding that we could use the law for alternative sentencing, non-custodial sentencing, especially in cases where these women are no harm to society. And so that work has led us to empower thousands of women across the country. And now, across our continent, Africa. The last time I was here, Susie, we hadn't gone across the Kenyan boundaries. But now we're in Uganda, Malawi, Tanzania, Rwanda. And we're rebranding to Clean Start Africa, because we've seen this problem is not only with our women, girls, and children here in Kenya, but it stretches across the African continent. For those of you who I have not had the privilege of meeting before, I got into this work through a miscarriage of justice. I worked within the financial sector. I served in some of the international banks here in Kenya, and fortunately handled a fraudulent transaction unknowingly. And out of a group of 12 managers who had paid out the cash that got fraudulently paid out, I ended up being the only one who got arrested, maliciously prosecuted, and ended up being wrongfully imprisoned with my 3-month-old daughter. And I served a whole 1-year sentence with my 3-month-old daughter at the largest correctional facility for women here in Kenya, which is not so far away from here, Langata Women Maximum Prison. It was during that experience where I was asked for bribes over and over again by the arresting officer, and even when we came close to judgment, that because I refused to pay the bribes, I ended up being maliciously convicted, even though they were fully aware that I had not committed the crimes that I was up against. The first thing I learned is that irrespective of how difficult the situation you're in, character is a currency, and you cannot afford to negotiate your values. Yes. Because your values are the simplest way for you to make a decision. Anytime the arresting officer would ask me for a bribe, my answer was no. The arresting officer knew I hadn't committed the crime, and I knew I hadn't committed the crime. So what was the bribe for? And my answer was no. And even though I got a lot of pressure, you know, this is how the criminal justice system works in Kenya, you've got to give something little and the police will let you go. My answer was no throughout. The reason why I'm so glad I never negotiated to betray myself, to betray my values, to betray what I believed in, and get into the camp of those who do wrong, is because to date, those same values have seen thousands of women in this country, and even the criminal justice system itself, reconsider how it treats the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. It ends up paying off at the end of the road if you stick with what is right. And everything I say on a day-to-day basis, what is right might be difficult, but that's not the question. We're going all the way because we exist for more than ourselves. It's for the many generations to come. It's the price we pay today. It's the work and the effort we put in today. We are today enjoying the benefits of the many who came before us. What's the price we're paying to pay forward to the many generations that are coming in through the many issues and areas that we need to improve this world in? Now, I'll share very quickly some 4 principles that guide me in this work. The first one is proximity. You cannot bring change in any area if you're not proximate to those issues. We cannot be addressing the issues of poverty, the issues of climate change, the issues of social economic issues, while seated right here in this room, and that's all we do. We've got to get on the ground to meet the people who are affected and impacted by the issue that concern us, that we care about. We've got to be proximate to them. We've got to understand them. We've got to understand them because those people who are closest to a problem are also closest to the solution. You cannot come up with a solution to a problem by coming up with a solution to a problem you don't understand. Speak to the people who are impacted by the problem. They will drive you on how to come up with a solution. At Clean Start, we know at the heart and at the core of our existence, it hurts us to see marginalized, poor, vulnerable women making up 90% of the prison population, and the criminals are walking scot-free in this country. The big question is, were prisons built for the poor, or were they built to correct those who do wrongs? They definitely were not built for the poor. So we do not want social economic issues of the poor to be addressed using a criminal justice approach. You empower the women, you get for them decent and sustainable means of livelihood. They will not in any way interfere with the law. All they want to do is to provide for their family. If you do not provide for them, if you do not provide for the solutions that they need, I just read, unfortunately, in the papers, the people who are just leaving the positions of power took 35 billion Kenya shilling through ghost workers. That money is meant to empower these very women, but then penalizing and taking them into prisons. Those are the things we want to right wrong. Those are the things we want to make right. Those funds need to go into education, need to go into health, need to go into creating jobs, need to go to empowering our youth, and so on and so forth. Not being pocketed by a few, and then those they are meant to help are then punished and taken to prison, separated from their children. And as we speak right here, 500 children are growing up in prison. Not their crime, yet they are sentenced. Innocent children who have done nothing wrong, but they are behind bars because mom was arrested while having that child with them. It cannot continue, not on our watch, not one more woman. We've got to do something about it. Proximity. The second principle that guides me in this work, we've got to change narratives. There are narratives that have been, spread through propaganda. For instance, a woman can become a president in this country. We live in a very patriarchal community or a society. A woman is not up to, one of the propagandas and the narrative we try to change is that if you're rich and guilty in Kenya, you'll buy justice. If you're poor and guilty, if you're poor and innocent it doesn't matter. That is a narrative that we have to see change. What are the narratives that concerns you in your area that you need to see changed? A narrative that has been sold that continues to propel, but you could do something to change it. If you're guilty and you've got money, doesn't mean you just go buying judges, buying magistrates, and just walking, doing whatever it is you want. The rule of law should apply to all. If you're poor and you're innocent, that doesn't mean that you have no dignity, your life has no value. No, you're a person of value. We just need to make sure that the system works to support you to get decent means of livelihood. And so there are very many other narratives that exist that we wake up every single day and say, how do we influence the change towards these narratives? The third thing, hope. You can never give up hope. Hope is a fuel that keeps you going tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. When I got into prison, innocent, no crime committed, with my firstborn 3-month-old daughter, I lost faith in my country. And I thought to myself, will things ever change? Why not just take my daughter and go to a different country where things work and bring up my daughter there? It's easy. But I had hope that one day in this country, things could get better and we could have equality, we could have access to opportunities for all, not just for a few. And I hope to date, through the ups and downs of lives, through the difficulty of a justice system that won't budge, has seen us empower 4,000 women in Kenya. Women we met in prison, having lost hope. It's very unfortunate that one of our sisters committed suicide. She served a 5-year sentence with her son. And when they got out, they didn't complete a year on the outside. The stigma, couldn't find a job, fingers pointing at her. She couldn't go to the market. She couldn't, 5 years in prison. She's a thief. She's a, avoid her, avoid her, avoid her. And she scorched herself with her son, dead, buried. She had already paid for the crime that she had been sentenced for. But when she got out, she couldn't even complete a year. She gave up, no hope for tomorrow. You cannot give up on hope. If anything, just hold on, irrespective of what you've got to come against. You've got to believe it can be better. And it's upon each and every one of us to do something to make it better for our generation and generations to come. Hope. Hope for a better tomorrow has now birthed hope for Africa, hope for women who are impacted by the criminal justice system in Africa, that they could get a better tomorrow. Hope. Proximity, changing narratives, and hope. Before I share my last one, I'd love to invite my colleague, Sarah Odima. I met Sarah Odima when she was serving her sentence in prison. She went through our program, and Sarah now is a lead coach. Welcome, Sarah. Please share your story and what you now do.
Thank you so much. Sometimes it's not very easy to speak after Teresa. Really truly appreciate the gift God has given up. But there's one thing that I truly, before I speak about my journey and what I do right now, there's something I truly appreciate about Teresa, because how many people have gone through prison that have totally done nothing? They went, they saw, they experienced, and totally did nothing. So I truly appreciate that she went through the system. She saw how the women were struggling. And if Teresa did not do something, I don't think I would be here today speaking. And because most of us here are women, we cannot sit comfortably and continue in life, while other women out there, inside behind us, are struggling. We have to take chance, we have to stand out, we have to be visible. Let them know that there is a fellow woman somewhere who is ready to hold my hands and help me rebuild my life. And that's what Teresa and the team by then came and did to me while I was serving time in prison. For me, I was taken in because I've always had a passion to see a woman empowered. And this is because as you look at our society today, many women are struggling with poverty. You're married, yes, or maybe you're a single mother, but how do I take care of these children? And you can see that, so I had this burden of how do we create more employment? How do I contribute? Because it's one thing to be a contributor. You know, I want to make a difference through contributing and empowering this woman. And that's how I started. I joined hands with other women to source jobs for women outside the country. It was doing very well with the women. Then the mothers came and told me, you're doing well with our daughters and the women. Why don't you do for our sons as well? And the first trial is what ended me in prison. Why? It's normally said that women are we are more feelers, but the men are thinkers. I think they thought at that time. So when I was processing their documents, two of those gentlemen did not tell me that they have been banned from flying or operating in Dubai. So by the time I was being called and told, why have you brought us criminals here? I'm like, but they didn't tell me that. They didn't tell me that part of them. And you see, money had already been paid and the visas that were canceled all at once. So by the time I was following up these things, the others went to Central Police Station, reported, and you just know Kenya. The moment it's reported, now it is you and your board. So the reason why I'm really passionate about doing law, and I was awarded with paralegal, is because if I knew what I know today, if I knew that, I would not have ended behind bars. And that's why I'm using what I went through to help other women not to have knowledge. You know, the police will come and write something because they have been told, write this. Because I don't want this case to go contrary to how I'm expecting it to be. So there's so many things were written. By the time I was going before the judge, I'm like, how? I didn't do that. But you see, when you stand before the judge, you keep quiet and you have a legal representative, you don't talk. And After that, I sometimes sit and I go like, God, we need change. We just need change. So I went behind bars, and the first 3 months, I looked at those women, looked at the trauma. You look at an old woman, the trauma she's going through, trying to prove herself innocent, trying to, I was just trying to help my children. Like, please, people, have mercy on me. And I sat down and I said, God, because it has happened, so what next? That is where me and my team come in as the circles of healing of what next, because I cannot undo the wrong that has been done to me. So how do I push forward? How do I make it? How do I continue to be relevant? How do I continue to take care of my children, but taking care of them while I'm sane, while I'm thinking right? And that's how we came up with a program called Ufunuo Program. The meaning of Ufunuo is unveil, discover. You know, when you go through trauma, sometimes you even forget your name. You even forget that you are a woman. So we take that moment with that woman and tell her, despite of everything that happened, like what Teresa said, we create hope back to you. We bring you back to mental wellness. So the first question we ask you is, who are you? So sometimes they look at us because of the bitterness and the anger they have been through. They look at you like, why are you asking me that? Then you bring them back like, no, we are not condemning you. We are not judging you. We just want to bring you back to, who are you? Are you a woman? Can you remember that you're a woman? Can you remember that you're a mother? Can you remember that you are somebody's husband, somebody's wife? You know? And then they come, oh. So we realize, okay, she's coming back. She was in another world, but now she's coming back. Then she begins to define herself. Because if you can't define yourself, the world will define you differently. The next aspect we look at, this trauma that this lady has gone through, when she is released, because a day will come and she will release. If trauma is not transformed, it will be transferred. And chances of her going back to prison will be very high. So we take her through the program of Ufunuo. She gets a chance to get to know, who am I? What are my gifts? Am I worth? You know, I don't need anybody to make me feel that I'm worth enough. You are worth enough. So what are some of the, what is this self-talk that you're talking when you're seated all by yourself? What are you telling yourself? Are you telling yourself, I'm a loser? Or are you telling yourself, I can do it? Yes. I am enough. Yes. You know, I can do this. I can rise up again. I can speak hope. My children can see me differently. And you can see this woman standing up, so vibrant. And like, this is how I want to be addressed. And you know, you bring that hope. And this woman looks like, yes, I can do something with my 2 hands, despite of how everything went. As Teresa said, one of my values when I'm training as a life coach is integrity. You went in because you were in conflict with law. Now we want you to do it without conflicting with the law or even coming into contact with the law. We want you to do it right. And that is our slogan. So how do you do it right? First and foremost, begin by changing your attitude, change your mindset. How do you view yourself? How do you view your family? How do you view your community? Because that is where you go back post-imprisonment. The second thing that we do is when this trauma, the way we handle this trauma is first and foremost, forgive yourself. It happened. Maybe it was your mistake, maybe it was not, but you want to move forward. Forgive yourself for being behind bars. Thirdly, there's somebody or a community or a family that was affected by you being behind bars. So how do you do it? You need to reach out to them. So this calls for lowering your pride. Okay, it was me. It is me, because it is me you did the wrong to. But because it is me, I want to move forward. I'm gonna lower my pride. Call that person, ask them how they are doing. You know, the person look at you like, are you normal? But we have received amazing testimonies of people telling us, I was not even thinking about it. I stopped, gone. Then we come back and we go like, I've been in prison for 2 years, but I've kept myself for another prison. Like there's a lady in Nakuru was saying, for another 11 years. Wow. There's notion that pain, bitterness, and thinking and turning it around. But with one step of, I'm going to get out of this thing. She makes a phone call, and that lady goes like, you are wondering even how to come and assist you. And you see many getting out of this prison, and you see a vibrant woman, and she's like, God, I want to move on. I want to do this. So that is one thing that it does. Another thing is that we help this woman to deal with the community, first through the forgiveness, through talking, and how are you going to behave once you go back to that community? Because you will go back, whether you did the crime or you did not do it. The fact is, you will go back there. So how do you begin to prepare yourself to go and interact with these people, but in the right way? Not with an attitude, not with a mind of, you people took me to prison. No. I want us to do it. I want us to reconcile. I want us to build our lives again together. And you've seen amazing testimonies of family members coming back and saying, what did you people do to my wife? What did you people do to my sister? What did you people do to my daughter? And that is what Opunuo is all about. Then as we continue to do it, we give them a chance to also vision. What is your bigger picture? You had a past, but how do you want to live your present and your future? So we give them a moment to envision, how do I want my future to look like? And you know that is very, very important to set up goals. Where do I want to go from here? That is how you give yourself a second chance. That is how you give yourself hope. Write it down. You're given a chance to do that, and then we follow you up on that. And the last one is something we call Anzisha Biashara Yako. We realize that most of the people who have gone through criminal justice system, because they don't have the good conduct, or because we will be past this period of time, where were you? So the next thing is to empower them economically. And that's what we call Anzisha Biashara Yako. So we have a moment of 6 months as they journey from prison, and then outside prison, another 6 months to just get what we call the thicker highway, try to check where are my children, did my husband marry another woman or is he still waiting? So how do I go about this? So we give them at least 6 months. She will have known where her children are, she will have known whether she has a home to go back to, she doesn't have, and if I don't have a home, what next? So those are some of the things we call it the thicker highway process. After 6 months, we take them through the tables of support, where she gets empowered with knowledge economically. They are now trained, and then she's given a chance to begin to save. You know, you are out there, you are in prison, you are denied even a chance to have your own money. So how does it feel now to begin making your own money? So that's the thing that we take them through. And that one takes at least 6 to 1 year when she's able now to actually be strong financially. She's able to make her own money, begin to save, keep records. You know, she's getting like 100 bob and separating like 10 shillings, you know, and ensuring that she's not in debt, that she cannot be able to get herself out. And then after she has done that, she's able to stand on her own, she's able to fend for herself, pay her own bills. Then now we have something that's called the Coalition of the Formerly Imprisoned Women. And as you've seen, when Teresa was sharing our system, we need to change it. And we're not going to change it forcefully, we're going to change it with reality. And that's where now the women come and speak out, advocate. And I was in a meeting the other day with the NCAJ, where we were talking, they invited us to just talk, how do you want, how are you seeing the sentencing? How was it? And one thing that I realized is that most of the judges and the magistrates do not follow the sentencing guidelines, the sentencing policy guidelines. If you go there, you wonder, hey, how come somebody in Busia was sentenced differently from somebody in Nairobi? There is maybe they were remembering an issue, or maybe it is because of exposure. So somebody in Nairobi would understand more of somebody who was through a sexual offense than somebody who is in Busia, because maybe that is, they have not been exposed so much. So you find there's that difference. So for us to have a uniformity of sentencing, for us to have something that is equal for everybody, we need to follow and strictly follow the sentencing policy guidelines. And I also had a chance to just advocate for the women. The government invests a lot of money while somebody is serving time. So what about this person when they leave prison? And you're like, is there a way they can be accorded the good conduct? So that clean that might not reach everybody who has gone through the criminal justice, who has gone through the criminal justice system. But those who cannot be reached, maybe with clean that and maybe others, can they be accorded the good conduct so that they can go and source for jobs by themselves and continue to live? So basically, that is what we do. And also for the children, I keep saying, I speak for the voice of Vicky. Vicky is a little girl. When we were serving time in Langata, she came and she looked at me and she told me, Sarah, go and tell your God, I want to leave this place. I've never stopped speaking about children behind us. So even at that time when we went for the NCAJ, we were like, can those sentences be categorized? If a woman, we're not saying that we have the power on how they decide the sentencing, but can there be a category whereby if a woman was pregnant or with a young child, can the sentencing be categorized? So that this child who has not committed a crime can be allowed to live a normal life. Is there a way that we can have schools whereby, even if it is near the prisons, that this child can continue her life without interruption? Can there be funding channeled towards that, so that when this child is leaving the mother, post in prison, as when she's leaving the mother behind to continue serving after the 0 to 4 years, can we have some fundings to engage the family members before, so that they also go through that healing process and accept this child back to the community, so this child can live a normal life like everybody? Because if we don't do that, then the crime you're trying to avoid, we are going to increase it. And I think that's the national.
You know, we are so proud of the impact that our interventions have on the women, and more so when the women then go out there and become the peer leaders, the peer champions, who then go and empower their fellow sisters to come out of these pits that they are thrown into just because of their social economic issue. Sarah is now a paralegal, you know, she's trained as a paralegal. And she's strongly advocating and speaking towards sentencing review and other changes within the system, because we want to see not just the individual lives transformed, but also a system that, you know, pro women, that really recognizes that when you take a woman into prison, you are really harming that family. And where avoidable, don't take the woman away from the society. So my fourth principle, there was hope, there was proximity. Which other one? Changing narrative. Yes, you're following. Thank you. The fourth one is that we've got to be comfortable doing uncomfortable things. We've got to get out of your comfort zone. Every single day, challenge yourself to do something that's uncomfortable. Why? I trained as a banker, as a finance person, and I wanted to get into the investment world. And that's what I learned from when I was a 9-year-old girl, watching my dad, who was a banker for 3 decades. I really wanted to go into the investment world, into the financial market. But that was cut short when the miscarriage of justice happened. And I'm also very grateful because I eventually, 5 years later, through the Court of Appeal, got cleared of any wrongdoing, got compensated. You know, it will never be enough. Yeah, it will never be enough because the pain lives on, and especially with your children, that pain of growing up in prison. But you know what? We say we've got to keep the hope alive. We've got to be overcomers. So we're overturning that situation by the good we're bringing into the world. And it was very difficult and very uncomfortable to go into the prisons across Kenya and to say, you know, what's your career? I believe in healthier communities. I believe in healthier societies. And I believe we can change the criminal justice system. I believe we can empower the women in prison. It was very, very difficult, especially going to the corporate world, the faith-based organizations, and to say to them, hang on, I need you to change your perspective of how you look at these women who are in prison and their children. They're not criminals, not all of them. 30% indeed committed a crime and need to be in prison, fair game. But 70% are in there due to unfair circumstances as they were trying to fend for themselves. And we've got to do something about this 70%. It was very uncomfortable, but guess what? Every single day, waking up, challenging myself to go back to that corporate organization, to go back to that individual, to keep going back, is what has seen 4,000 women like Sarah be transformed, and a system that listens to us, and children like Vicky, who are now continuing with school. We've got the first candidate, Lucy, who's sitting her Form 4 exam this year. She's come so far. She's come so far, and many others going through school. And I want to say thank you so much to the East Africa Women League, because they have been consistent, supportive through your member, Jenny Davey. She's been an incredible lady, supporting us to see to it that we bring positive change to these women, to the girls, and to the children. We've got to keep doing this over and over again. As I bring this to a conclusion, Beatrice, if you could just come and say a quick hello. Beatrice, bless our sister. Beatrice was arrested on her way to Turkey to seek for work in Turkey, and she carried a parcel. You know, she carried the parcel, and in Ghana, she got stopped at the airport and was told, hang on, what's in your parcel? And as she was showing the parcel, she was told, the lining of this parcel that you carry has drugs. And she was terminated, you know, and she stayed in a foreign land for 8 years, in a prison in Ghana. No one to visit her, no one to see her. Life shattered as she was going for a teaching job in Ghana. But the beauty is, she finally came back after the 8 years. She's now working at Clean Start. She's our in-kind partnership coordinator. And in our scale strategy, she came with a letter from the Ghanaian criminal justice system and the prison. The letter she came back with is what we've used to go back to Ghana and say, open the prisons for us. We want to train the other women in this prison and empower them as we get our sisters from Kenya back. So it's all worked out well at the end of the day. But a lot of these things can be avoidable. And can you imagine situations where there is no Clean Start? So as we conclude, Beatrice, you could share just a few words.
Just a few of a personal, a few words. I'm Beatrice, and I always say freedom is expensive. Being arrested for 10 years and served a sentence of 8 years, 11 months, and 22 days without anybody of my family member coming to see me, and I made it. I always say to myself and say that freedom is expensive. And there's hope for a tree that it can grow again. So right now is the time that now I am sprouting again. You can see I am glowing. Something like lifting, something like making my hair. But right now I want to use that moment and enjoy my life. And also bring my other sisters back into the society and to accept themselves. Because without acceptance, there's no way. There's no way you can allow what is in you to come out. So right now, for me, I met Teresa on an interview on the television in the year 2020, because when I came 2018 December, I actually didn't accept myself. From Turkey to Ghana to Kenya, back home, empty-handed. You know, the way the family will look at you, you are back, how are we going to start with you? Where are we going to start? You know, it became like a trauma to me. It became like I was locked up. So for 2 years, I was in. I never wanted actually to initiate myself with anybody. My family member didn't even understood me. But when I came and saw Teresa being interviewed on the television, I told my uncle, just post, I want to see this lady, I want to listen to her story. So I didn't even listen to the whole story, but I just took the telephone number and I contacted them. That is how I came to meet Teresa. And indeed, my life has really changed because of this. My family took me, and the way Cleanstart is taking me, I would say that Cleanstart is my second family. When I am with them, I am able to speak it out. But when I am outside in the society, I had that fear that I couldn't release what came out of me, what I did. You know, other people will just judge you with how they look at you. You went to Europe, you tell your family you're going to look for green pastures, then you carry drugs, then you come home empty-handed. And I was the star of the family. And being a star of the family, it becomes like you've taken everybody down into the room. So right now, I am working to that. I am not looking of what I did, but I am looking of a better future ahead of me. And I know that as a woman, there's power in us. There are things that we can speak, and there are things that we can do, and they can change the whole world. So right now, I am in kind of support for partners in donation. So I'll be entering into your doors, knocking into your doors, looking for donations for my fellow sisters, those in prison and those out of prison, and also their children. And actually, recently, even when I was moving in town, I was looking at the kids in town streets and telling myself, some kids are out here and their parents are in prison. We need to get even contact with the kids and talk to them. Let us know what happened to them. Let us know why they're out there, why they're borrowing. Because there's something they will tell you that can change your life and can change their lives. So me, I'm a woman of short words. I'll poke it into your pocket. I'm not looking at the mistake that I did. I was arrested at the age of 35, came at the age of 42, 2018. I'm still single and I have hope.
So that I can thank you on behalf of everyone here today and everybody who is part of this conference worldwide. You know, there are many words that came to my mind while you were speaking. Teresa, Sarah, Lucy. But I think I will stick to say, you are an inspiration. You are an inspiration for us to listen to you, to see what you have achieved and what you have done for others. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for teaching us not ever to give up hope and to rediscover ourselves, because all the time we also need to think, who am I? Am I doing? Am I doing what I'm supposed to do? So thank you very much for coming to us this afternoon, speaking to us and telling us about your experiences. And actually, let us know about reality, because this is reality. But you have found a way to inspire other people and also inspired us today. So for that, I thank you. And on behalf of ACWW, we wish you all the best for your future endeavors, for your organizations. May it go well as you intended it to be. Thank you. I would like to hand over a gift as a token of our gratitude. Please to your office and look at it and be reminded of our appreciation from ACWW. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the women that we serve, those in prison, the formerly imprisoned women, and our children, we say EAWL, thank you very much.
I have looked at our time and we are going to conclude this session now. And then tomorrow we will continue and have a productive conversation and a discussion tomorrow about the rest of this conference. So at this stage, I thank you very much for your participation today in this conference, for being here and sharing with us, listening, for us to have this connection. And we will then adjourn this meeting now. And tomorrow morning, I would like us to be here to meet again at 9:30, if that is okay, so that we will continue and have the next day of our wonderful conference here in Nairobi. And thank you everybody for making it such a wonderful event. Goodbye. Thank you.